Ladies and gentlemen, it's men's singles third round action. Please welcome onto Rod Laver Arena from Australia, John Millman. And his opponent tonight, chasing his 100th victory at the Australian Open, please welcome from Switzerland, Roger Federer.
Well, we've seen this movie before, and we've seen Roger take on home nation players before with considerable success at the 4 majors around the globe. One time he came up and stuck against Millman was in very hot and humid conditions in New York. They'd just put the roof on there, and it seemed a very tricky night for the first time in the Swiss superstar's career when it comes to the weather. But as you can see there, a pretty cool evening here in Melbourne, 22 degrees. Thankfully, most of the wind's gone away and the rain. From a point of view of playing tennis, this should be absolutely ideal. Colin Fleming alongside me. It's been a busy day for you, Colin. Third match up.
Yeah, but ready to go for this great encounter. I have to say, always a pleasure, I think, for everyone in this Rod Laver Arena to watch Roger Federer come out onto court, to watch this master at work. Really excited to see how he goes about this one. He's got history with Millman.
Hello, how are you? All right, guys, can you please take a photo first with the stick over to that side? All right, thank you. So just a few reminders before the match. 4 minutes for the warm-up. After that, 1 minute you need to be ready for play. 25 seconds, shot locks are around the court. And Hawkeye, so if you want to challenge, please do it in a clear and timely manner. Any questions? No? John, would you like to choose? It's A and Z or Yvonne Gulago? Yvonne. It's A and Z. Receive? You say? Okay. It's your coin.
There we go.
Thanks a lot. Well done.
He knew exactly what he wanted to do. It's been interesting to watch the various players at times who don't have a great plan when the coin toss actually happens and start making it up on the spot. But Roger wanted a return. He wanted to get into Millman's head. He wanted to get into that service game very early. It's not the strongest part of John's game, the serve. And obviously Roger feeling as though he may be able to come out here and catch him cold. It was interesting as well. That was a very, very business-like Roger Federer at the net there as well. These two are friends. They've been they've practiced together as well before the grass court season in 2018, and there was definitely a degree of separation from Roger to John to say, hey, that's one side of our relationship. Tonight is very different out here, Colin.
Yeah, absolutely. And Federer perhaps inviting Millman for a bit of practice with Novak Djokovic in mind. There's some similarities there, and wanted to try a few things out, but it might have worked against him when they met later that year in US Open. That was where Millman was able to get his 1 win over Federer, and significant, doing it at a Grand Slam, as we can have a look at his bio. But Millman, I don't think, will be afraid to come out here and Rod Laver tonight. There'll probably be nerves, but you know, he's got to win against him in a slam. He knows he's a good player himself, and if there's one thing we certainly know about John Millman, he's a fighter.
That's for sure. He has overcome a fair bit of adversity outside the lines in terms of the shoulder injuries he sustained when he was a teenager, then reconstruction. 2013 came back nicely, did well in some American challenges, then picked up a groin injury that needed surgery as well, did the Australian. In fact, I commentated with him a couple of years after that as he was trying to make his way back. For Roger, he's managed his schedule, his body exceptionally well, has had a couple of issues occasionally with the back and obviously the slip in the bath with the kids here. But apart from that, has been phenomenal in terms of the amount of tennis he's played and as injury-free as he's been. John Millman, a very proud Queenslander as well. Of course, that is where Rod Laver came from. the court of which they are playing on tonight. As you see, Federer made up for that loss at the US Open by taking out John in Halle on the grass last year. It's a big moment for Millman back in 2016, coming out onto the Rod Laver Arena to take on Bernie Tomic, just because of the history that Rod Laver has paved for Australian tennis and particularly for Queensland tennis as well. What was it, apart from the hot and humid night at the US Open, that troubled Federer about Millman's game, Colin?
Well, we were discussing it before we came on air, weren't we? And it felt like as the conditions got kind of more and more humid as well as hot, things just got so slow out there and sticky, and Millman is a great retriever. He's a bit of a brick wall at times. Federer just wasn't able to hit through him on that day, and you know, Millman just dug in. Mentioned he's a Queenslander, he's used to some pretty sticky conditions, so he was able to, you know, remain physically strong. And still takes a special performance to beat Roger Federer, no matter how much the great man is struggling. Millman won't have those kind of conditions tonight, much cooler as we saw, but it's still relatively slow here at this year's Australian Open, so it remains to be seen, can Federer hit through the Aussie? He's going to have to play a quality match, but Millman himself is going to have to play close to his best to be even competitive here tonight.
Couple of sliding door moments, obviously, for both. In life, it's somewhat about which chimney you come down, and John Millman came down the right one in terms of where he ended up living on a 1.2 hectare property which had a tennis court on it. It was the only flat bit of land. The kids played on it. His other siblings, his mum Shona said from a very early age, John was extremely competitive and a very poor loser. He did soon learn what was acceptable. No different to Roger Federer, of course, whose mum was a big hockey player but ended up deciding to give up hockey, grass hockey that is, because she was tired of getting her shins broken because they didn't have shin pads back then, and picked up a tennis racket. That's where her love affair with it started, and out of that Roger Federer was born. John Millman to begin the last of the evening's matches on the Rod Laver Arena.
Players are ready for play. Play.
Well, you rightly mentioned, Mark, that Federer deliberately putting Millman into serve. He would have been hoping for a quicker start in the opening couple of points.
The other thought process, obviously, at this kind of level is the fact is that by doing so, he forces John to serve at 6 games when the balls are going to be at their slowest. No official coach for John Millman. Ian Hewitt, of course, looking on.
Game, Millman.
Such a good fortune from the home net, and the Australian up and running, 1-love.
Yeah, I'm sure when John Millman and Leighton Hewitt sit down and discuss tennis, they draw a lot of similarities in their mindsets. Hewitt, one of the greatest competitors of all time, and Millman very much in that mould.
Interesting to see what the win predictor has for us here. Wow, that's a heavy percentage for Roger, given what happened in New York.
Yeah, you won't see too many pre-match win predictors higher than that one.
15 love.
He likes to call up some of the younger players to go and practice with him over in Dubai at times in the off-season. Corentin Moutet, of course, who was there not last year but the year before in 2018. Started this year well. Talked about Millman.
13, 15.
Mackie McDonald's been there as well. He's certain players he definitely likes hitting with, getting in the groove, respect for their game.
Dan Evans, of course, last year for the play season, invited our fellow Brit to Switzerland, and of those names that we mentioned, the majority of them go on to find some pretty good form. And imagine it's a good boost to the confidence to get the call from Roger for some practice.
Roger calling you up saying, do you want to come and hang out at altitude? Dan thought it was a nightclub. He got to Switzerland and suddenly was on the court for 4 hours a day. Got to read the small print.
Sure, he enjoyed it nonetheless.
That was good for him, and his redemption is clear for everybody. Good solid start for Federer. There's a big love, actually, Roger, for maximisers.
15 love.
You don't get the call up if he doesn't feel like you're a maximiser. Maybe not a maximiser yet, but you're showing all the signs for it. One of his favourite players is Ivo Karlovic. That's a sweet shot. They just won the Hopman Cup, actually, a couple of years ago, and Ivo was playing big Kevin Anderson in the final of Poon, and he came off, got on his phone, instantly dialed into an app to watch the end of the match.
Well, he was interviewed pre-tournament, wasn't he, about kind of what it takes to succeed, and listening to his coaches was pretty high on the list, but prominent there was just old school hard work, as he put it. He really recognises that he's put the work in, and he recognises it in other players as well. Easy to think that someone like Roger Federer, often described as a genius, was just born with this level of tennis that he produces.
John Millman in a nutshell.
Very interesting point, even at this early stage. Ball's still relatively new. Federer threw 3 or 4 pretty big forehands at Millman there, and he was able to stay in the point reasonably comfortably.
Impressive, very impressive from John Millman. 2-1 opening set.
Leads 2 games to 1.
Well, the evidence of an ultimate point of that game suggests that Federer isn't going to be able to hit through Millman straight down the court. He's going to have to use all his artistry and open up the court with angle. He's going to have to vary the spins, come in a lot, rush him. It's going to be an interesting encounter here. Millman has already laid down a marker. I'm not afraid of you, Roger. I'm going to bring my game to the court. You're going to have to beat me.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Always a busy time in the crowd.
Time.
2-1 opening set. Especially when there's been a match just before it. Federer perhaps getting a little glimpse into what his evening's going to look like, and if it's anything like that 25-shot rally, it is going to be not just a long night but a hard night trying to find his way past John Millman. One of the tricky things that Millman brings to a tennis court is that he likes to play centrally. He likes to hit as many backhands as he does like forehands. And you know, even already we're seeing Roger trying to move around his backhand to hit his forehand. Millman in their match at the US Open stayed firmly in the middle, hit 50% backhands, 50% forehands. There won't be as many gaps tonight as there have been in his previous couple of matches for Federer.
That was a half chance for Millman, probably more than a half chance. You'd back him to make that backhand the majority of times, perhaps just overplayed it.
Yep, it's not going to be a bad serve against Millman. He does like to stand up on the baseline and then back up and then kind of give you that angle to some degree. It's got to be a great serve to get an ace, but it can get him off the court.
I think your point's a good one. Millman likes to stay in the middle, so the serve's out wide. Could be a successful strategy for Federer tonight. Open the court up right from the off.
Terrific return, he was sitting on it.
30-40.
He's just got the one top 10 win, has John Millman. He's lost the 16 others, but already applying some pressure here.
That did not miss by much. He started this match hitting the ball very cleanly, John Millman. He's had two good wins so far. Beat Hugo Humbert in the opening round, the young Frenchman who won the title in Auckland last week, so he was in good form. Followed out by beating Hubert Hurkacz, also in good form at the ATP Cup.
Early on in a match, you can force even the great players to try and come up with passing shots like that. You may get your reward, and he does.
Federer challenged the call on the left center service line. The ball was called out.
Millman makes his first move. His girlfriend Fee just over Leighton Hewitt's right shoulder there. Of course, he met while he was making some money in Germany and playing league tennis, while she was making him coffee. He could smell the coffee.
He certainly can. He has started this match full of confidence and full of belief. It's well worth that break of serve and a 3-1 lead. Mentioned Millman playing some German league tennis at the early stages of his career. We already touched on him being a maximizer, so to speak. He really has worked his way through the levels, hasn't he? Everything he's got in his career, he's earned. And you can't help but respect that.
First futures win. Australia F4 back in March 2007, the 19th of March. First tour win was December the 30th, 2012 in Brisbane. Tsuna Ito, who we saw play here. It was a long, long time in coming.
It's a pretty clear game plan for someone like Millman when they're coming out to play Federer. They're going to pick away at the backhand whenever they can. They're going to serve their lot. He knows he's going to have to do a lot of running and chasing down balls, and he's just really coming out to compete, keep things simple. Great thing about having a win over Federer, especially in another slam. He knows that that may be good enough if he could put it on the court. He knows it may not. If you've never played Federer before, you've never beaten him, you might think you have to do something that you're not capable of doing, and you can unravel pretty quickly.
Yes. Don't often see Federer as flat-footed as that.
Nice change up by Millman going into the forehand.
Just pressing way too hard.
Advantage, Millman.
And Millman's created that, hasn't he? Forcing Federer to overpress. You think back to that 25-shot rally, the very start of the match. That sent a message to Federer. Like we said, he's not going to be able to just hit through him straight down the court. He's created some errors as a result.
Delivers with another ace. This is hugely impressive. It was always going to be a little tricky tonight, and so it's proven to be for Roger Federer. And he just looks comfortable out here as well, doesn't he? He looks like a player that is taking on somebody that's been as good as Roger has, but feels as though he belongs out here. Very much a basis on the style of Roger that fits quite nicely into the way that John sees the game.
Yeah, as we see some of the reactions, you can tell that he's, well, A, believing from that shot, and B, as you say, feeling very comfortable here. He's feeling at home. I think the previous meetings, crucially having a win, spending time practicing with Federer, as you mentioned, all these things help. You feel comfortable on the court opposite someone as legendary as Roger Federer.
Time.
Sunset in Melbourne. So we head into the night time here as we just pull back from the CBD. Pull back on a scoreboard that doesn't make great reading for Roger Federer right now. John Millman 4-1 up in the opening set. Federer, of course, coming into this year's Australian Open, not playing a lead-in tournament. He looked so sharp in the opening couple of rounds that nobody worried too much about it, but a difficult and different proposition in front of him tonight.
Yeah, he's keeping it pretty calm and composed at this moment, but he'll be fairly concerned, I would have thought, the way things are going so far.
Ivan Lubicic, Severin Luti, his wife Mirka, same seats as they have been for his previous couple of matches. Doesn't have any personal superstitions, Federer.
Suggesting there might be one or two in the team there.
Might be. Right now they may want to change seats with him. Yeah, you look at his record against the other members of the Big Four. Let's throw Andy in there. He's lost a set, Andy, once to Millman, but he's 2-0. Novak not dropped a set to Millman, 3-0. Rafa, 2-0. And he hasn't got out of 3 games in a set against somebody like Rafa as well.
40.
Novak a couple of times he's managed to get 4 games in a set, but tennis is so much a game of matchups, and Millman clearly feels more comfortable playing Federer. And I guess, Colin, the reason is because he knows that Federer likes to play front foot tennis, and if he can just hang with him, he can just force him to press that bit harder, go a bit tighter to the lines, and get some unforced errors.
Yeah, the matchup definitely suits him. He likes soaking up pace and using pace, not necessarily someone that likes to generate it himself. He knows he's going to be able to use his defensive skills, and probably feels like he can outlast Federer as well. You know, that's one of the things John prides himself on. As clear a sign as any that Millman is feeling confident out here, taking Federer on, forehands cross court, and able to get the win. Another sign that Federer is not yet firing tonight. A 9th unforced error for the Swiss maestro. And by comparison, as Federer makes his 10th, Millman has limited that error count to just 3. And remember, he's coming out on the Rod Laver Arena, his home Grand Slam against Roger Federer. It's been a stunning first 6.5 games from the Aussie.
Out. Federer is challenging the call on the right baseline. The ball was called out. (40-11).
Pulling him into parts of courts, allowing him to have a good swing at the ball, and the errors keep coming thick and fast from Federer's racket in this opening set. 5-2, Millman.
Federer has one challenge remaining.
Be interesting to see how long Millman is able to kind of surf this wave. How far ahead is he going to be able to get? So he's at 5-2 now. Certainly going to hope to be able to close out the opening set. Maybe he can keep it going to a set and a break would be great. I think at some stage Federer is going to come to life here. Might just take one special shot, possibly something that annoys him. I called Stan Wawrinka's match last night against Seppi, and he was in a similar kind of mindset to what we're seeing from Federer. Suddenly got a court violation for hitting a ball which he wasn't happy with, even though I think it was the right call, and it just energized him. It gave him something to fight against. He was the umpire in that case. You never know when the moment's going to come, but you really feel it will with Federer at some stage.
Time.
Stan afterwards admitting he wasn't feeling well as well, wasn't he? Vomiting for a couple of days. Some serious brain trust in the Millman box as well with Leighton Hewitt. Of course, he played Federer on 27 occasions. He won 9 times. Did get the wrong end of it a few times spectacularly, particularly the US Open, one of Federer's greatest solo performances. Also Tony Roach there as well, who will be honoured next Saturday for his contribution to tennis, not just his playing career, but obviously his substantial coaching career. He coached Federer for a while.
15-love.
Two of Federer's wins over Hewitt coming here.
30-love.
2004, 2010. In fact, he's never lost to an Aussie at Melbourne Park. 6 meetings. And you can see how he's benefiting from the new balls and the extra speed it affords him.
40-love. Game, Federer. Millman leads 5-3.
A minute to wrap up that game. 25 minutes for John Millman to get the opportunity to serve for the first set. Talk about a shot of inspiration. That may have just been it from Federer.
Love 15.
Needed to get traction early in this game.
Yeah, it just took Millman far enough out of his comfort zone, forcing him to go for a very low percentage shot. And it gives Federer something to build on now.
Very smart return.
Love 13.
Well, master tactician, recognizing that Millman didn't enjoy that shot on the previous point, and he gave him it again on the very next point. And he still had to pick him off with the pass, and that guy certainly enjoyed it.
Love 14.
Tony Golczyk, his agent, sitting a little less comfortably than he was in the previous match, when, of course, Coco Gauff, who's part of Team 8, took out Naomi Osaka. Things looking a little brighter for Federer here.
Well, it snaps a run of 7 points in a row for Federer since the new balls came into play. You can see how Millman just has a split second less time. It means that Federer's slice has that bit more bite on it. Definitely changed the momentum in this set.
Phenomenal shot from Roger Federer in a career of phenomenal shots, and on break point as well. We're back on serve.
Millman leads 5 games to 4.
Well, I mentioned at 5-2 maybe some concern for Federer the way this was going, but there certainly wasn't any panic. And you just can't help but admire the way he was able to figure that game out. 3 times he used the short slice, recognizing that Millman likes to keep 2 hands on the racket, but isn't able to attack him from down low. As you said, Mark, a special shot there on the backhand pass. I think we're going to be seeing that short slice a few more times tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting that John always wants to go with a topspin shot, doesn't it? He's going to find that difficult to rip it cross-court from down there as well. But a highly entertaining opening 9 games. Lots of little changes in strategy already. Some of the hard work done, trying to get back onto level terms, getting the break. A slightly complicated forehand, but going back and looking at the numbers from the US Open, he was just 1K on average down compared to Federer's forehand. You would feel as though Roger has quite a significant advantage off that wing. Wasn't there. And he was actually up 4Ks on the backhand as well, Millman. That was a hyper-aggressive shot, given how well John moves.
Yeah, he put himself in a bit of a hole there by moving around for the forehand from well out of position. Often you see Federer sorts with the forehand.
Kind of feel that it's not going to be that long before you see the serve and volley from him as well.
Love photo.
Well, after the last game, he still felt as though he had work to do, and so it's proved to be. It's 3 set points for John Millman. An opening set that goes the Australians' way, 6-4.
Well, it's the perfect start to arguably the biggest match of John Millman's career. He hit the ground running. He was pegged back by Federer, and I have to say I'm surprised at the nature of that final game of the set. Federer completely out of sorts, having seemingly figured out a pretty clear game plan to employ against Millman. The Aussie should be very happy with his work there, and Federer just to me looked quite flat. 14 unforced errors. Millman did a good job to limit his just to 4. 73% of first serves for the Aussie as well. Going to have to maintain that number just to prevent Federer creating too much pressure on his serve. He can get uncomfortable in that department at times, but at the moment it's Federer with all the questions to answer. He seemed to have done that, got the break back. He wasn't able to really apply his game at all in the final game of the set. As we look back at some of the highlights, early on it was all Millman really. He established himself early. He won a very important 25-shot rally to say to Federer, you're not going to be able to hit through me here. You're going to have to play a good match. And he's had a clear plan, just fighting hard, accelerating on the ball, and it was good enough to seal the first set.
Second set.
Opening set under
Millman
his
to
belt.
serve.
Federer is going to have to respond here. Interesting to keep an eye on average rally length as we go through this match compared to the opening set. Just see if Federer digs in here in the second set and just accepts the fact that he can't get through Millman quickly.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to sign up for some suffering, isn't he? And a few more of those long exchanges and almost earn the right to expand from there. The short slice return again there. It's hard to build an argument to say that Millman didn't deserve to win that opening set, but once Federer had broken him back, really didn't see that last game coming. You can only imagine that the Swiss had a mental lapse, thinking, well, I'm back in it now, everything's good. Poor game to lose the set.
Well, that again
15-30.
is the victory that Millman steals away, that a lot of players don't, just purely through his endeavours out there on a tennis court. He knows, Federer, that he's got to make a good volley, and it pushes him into making that type of mistake. Just not making any headway.
Federer is challenge to the call on the left center service line. The ball was called in.
Third ace for Millman, and every one of those that he gets is a real bonus. His bread and butter, as we already know.
40-30.
He's winning the long, drawn-out exchanges.
And another one.
Yay, Millman.
This is above average in terms of his serving right now for John Millman.
First game, second set.
He was about 2-1 last year on hard courts, aces to double faults. He's 4-0 right now, and having survived that particular game as well, is just going to heap a little bit more frustration and anxiety on Federer's shoulders, something that very few players do at this stage of a Grand Slam. Broke into the top 100 back in 2015 for the first time before the back end of 2016 saw him pick up that groin injury, and we can see the swingometer going heavily towards John Millman. Still advantage Federer.
Feels fair enough. Still a long way to go for Millman to win this match. But he's certainly going about it the right way. There's the wide serve again to open up the court and attack the open space on ball 3.
Federer
continues to offer up cheap points at an alarming rate.
That was drifting in, agonizingly close for Millman. Thought it made it, actually.
And it was interesting that point, Federer going exclusively with it. The driven backhand, going toe-to-toe with Millman. Just wonder whether he'll be able to do that for a prolonged period, or whether he'll keep using the slice to slow things down, ask the Aussie to generate some of his own pace and then look to step on the next ball.
Well, that serve there is very much below pace out wide. 153 Ks for Federer. He is usually around 175 for that particular serve. Again, an indication that he's trying to figure out what's going to mess with Millman's rhythm. Pace doesn't seem to be. Off pace, maybe it will. Be just the 6th player to beat Federer at a major in this particular round. He's only lost 5 times, Federer, when he's got through to the round of 32 at a major. Won his other 66. Last time he lost this round, of course, was against Andres Seppi here back in 2015 in the Australian. Italian getting him in 4 sets there. His other losses coming to Kirtan all the way back in 2004 at Roland Garros. No disgrace to losing to the great Brazilian on a clay court in Paris.
Draw a lot of similarities between Andrea Seppi's game and John Millman's. The Italian, very solid off both wings, moves well, tough competitor. You've got to put him away and beat him. He's not going to give you a match.
Well, the other couple of players was Arnaud Clément, twice here in Australia. Before, of course, Federer became Federer when he won Wimbledon in 2003. That was in 2000 and 2001 against the Frenchman, and Juan Carlos Ferrero at the US Open. Decent caliber players still having to get him at that stage.
Millman.
Decent caliber coming off the strings of this man tonight. melodious
Millman
sound of
leads
his
2
home
games to
support
1.
clapping and supporting him as well on every winner, and there have been enough from Millman. 2-1.
I can see Millman carb loading. Looks like he's got some dried fruits there, perhaps energy gels, bananas, got his electrolyte drinks. This guy is in it for the long haul. He's put in an awful lot of work in the off-season up in Brisbane. 2-on-1s, punishing himself. The Federer fans so far tonight looking fairly concerned. It's the Aussies much more relaxed and ready for a party.
Time.
He may have to be. Millman looks like his kryptonite right now. It's been an amazing day here in Melbourne. I wonder what they'll name it. The Miracles in Melbourne. Some terrific matches, some amazing upsets. We may still have another one coming our way.
Love. Where, please? Millman is challenging the call on the left far sideline. The ball was called out.
Again, just looking at Federer's pace there, 144 second serve. He's been averaging 157 on his second so far, which is normal for him. He is definitely searching for the elusive pace that's going to trouble Millman.
2 challenges remain. Thirty 15.
Big first serve into the corner there.
40 15.
Second serve statistic that we saw prior to it will be concerning for Federer. Winning just 36% of second serve points in this match so far.
Game Federer. 2 games old.
The intrigue keeps coming.
Every new situation that Federer throws at him, if he can come up with the answer, the longer he might be able to prolong his advantage in this match. Beautiful pass there. Federer continues to search for the repeatable tactic in this match.
50-0.
Well, once again, just giving Millman a different look. The first time we've seen that hitting in on the second serve return. We know how nice his feel is. Little help from the net.
Just willing to trade that back. It's a very simple plan that he has, and it just gives him total clarity. Ball comes to backhand, let's go drive fast cross-court backhand, and Federer is the one that's getting himself out of position time and time again tonight.
Well, I think that's a great play from Federer, bringing Millman into the net on his terms. That is not where Millman wants to be on the court, with Federer lining up a passing shot.
Federer challenged the call on the right far sideline. The ball was called out.
Felt like the call came very quickly, which I think was a little bit off-putting for Federer, which is why he went for the challenge, but not even close.
Federer has one challenge remaining.
Another very cheap point for Millman.
I don't think Millman's heard the call here.
Challenge the call on the left baseline. The ball was called out.
Well, if he ends up losing this game, I wonder if he's going to just be a little disappointed that he almost didn't take that one that Federer dug out as a smash. He waited for it to bounce, and that is long. And he had nothing to work with on the two-hander.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Federer came in on a prayer without much hope, didn't he? But he somehow dug something out and made it awkward for Millman. There was a chance there to take the ball out of the air and would have been able to generate a lot more pace with it.
That was a big chance.
Advantage, Millman.
He's really served well on some big points tonight, accurately. That was pacey, 196.
Millman
Just the K off his fastest of the night. John Millman hangs on, 3-2.
Well, Federer continues to be his own worst enemy out here. He's tried plenty of variety and change-ups and a fair bit of success with them, you have to say, but in between it's been littered with cheap points and uncharacteristic errors from Federer. The misreturn there on the second serve, the forehand that he pulled wide from the middle of the court. These are all shots that are usually meat and drink to the great man. But credit to Millman, he continues to keep his level high and capitalise on them.
Time.
Still a lot of Federer believers in the stadium right now, and understandably so. He's come back from much worse situations like this, but the more those kind of moments slip by for him, the more the pressure builds, and it gets tougher to produce the type of shots he needs to. It's gone a little bit longer in terms of average rally length in the second set. He's now up to 6 compared to 5, so he is trying to play a little bit more passively and try and create a little bit of room for some of his attacking tennis. Millman has him tonight as well on the forehand. 127 kilometers per hour compared to 126 for Federer.
30 left.
Federer going bigger off both wings than he has done so far in his opening couple of matches against Krajinovic and Johnson, which again tells you something about the fear factor down the other end, trying to just get through Millman's defenses. But that ramping up of power has contributed to all those unforced errors that Colin was talking about. And there's another one to add to that concerning collection.
Yeah, 22 now for Federer. He's just got to raise his base level, you feel, as much as it's about figuring Millman out. Got to get his own game going. Last game with this set of tennis balls, as slow as they're going to get, and Millman is sensing his opportunity here.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that seemed like a very predetermined strategy before they walked onto court. If you get yourself in this situation, look to do this.
Yeah, but I'm questioning here, did he need to do it? Federer's been offering up errors.
New balls, please.
Well, I
3 games over.
wondered in the first set whether there would be a specific moment or a special point that might spark Roger Federer into life. And I just wonder whether those 2 points might combine to just put the first seeds of doubt in Millman's mind. Is he going to be able to finish the job here? Arguably should have won them both, certainly that last point. Millman just has to wipe the slate clean here. New balls in play. Broken in the first set. Federer had served 1 game with the new balls, although it only lasted a little over 50 seconds. And then able to break through the very next game on Millman's serve.
15.
70% of his first serves going in tonight for Millman. Roger's still at a pretty healthy 63, but he did serve at 72% through his first couple of matches, so that has dropped a bit. I just wonder whether he needs to drop back a little bit on the return. We saw it a couple of times the other night against Krajinovic, and you just wondered whether it was for later in the tournament when Federer needed to do something a little bit different. And right now you kind of feel he's getting jammed. He's hit a lot of off backhand returns from the Jew side on the second serve because he's worried about John's slider out wide, so he's trying to cover it. Millman doing a great job of protecting that serve.
Well, it's just a little bit tight from Millman there. Quick to go to the towel just to try and give himself an extra few seconds to reset mentally.
Thank you.
Fastest serve of the night.
Yeah, that's a great serve. After the tight double fault, I probably would have picked him going out wide there for that little bit of extra control that the slice affords you. Millman, full of confidence, going big down the tee, getting his reward.
When I say fastest serve of the night, that doesn't mean exactly that. Faster than Federer's. Keeps hanging on to his serve, he keeps applying pressure, and you do feel as though his reward is coming.
Well, a little bit confused here what Federer's trying to do. We know he brings a lot of variety to the court, but he's tried so many different things and hasn't actually stuck on one. We saw when the game he broke in the first set, used the short slice, that return. There he's looking to hit over the ball, but it's getting up too high on him. Even if he makes that, as you rightly touched on, Millman's just ripping that ball to the open space, and Federer is out of position, probably out of the point.
Time.
Worst ways to spend your Friday night, isn't it? Out there on a deck chair, lying back, watching one of the greatest players of all time, whose back himself is firmly against the wall inside the Rod Laver Arena. It has been a perfect day here for the fans as well. Weather-wise, some terrific matches, some great upsets. The drama continues.
Length for service.
Severin Luthi on his feet there, trying to energize Federer, possibly trying to encourage him to use this short slice more. Every time he's employed it, it's brought him dividends.
quick lob.
30-15.
And he's pointing to only one man there. It's got to be Leighton Hewitt. The great Aussie, of course, known for one of the best lobs of all time. And Millman pulled off a pretty special one there.
40-15.
Federer perhaps seeing that Millman had turned his hips and was on a straight sprint across the court, and then back behind him was only going to bring one result, which was a hold of serve. Here is Federer backing up, waiting for something different. Here it came. Not the result he wanted, ultimately, but at least giving Millman a slightly different look.
Just wonder whether Federer is able to apply that strategy for long enough. It's so unnatural for him to just be patient in a point. He always wants to be dynamic and creating something. But so far, he's just everything that Millman's wanted. It's targets, it's errors.
Yeah, he's confused. He's just unable to play it on his terms, and that's a real tribute to this man's performance tonight. As it was in New York, it was hot, it was humid, it was heavy, it was a similar kind of circumstances in terms of the conditions. Federer unable to get the ball through the court. Firepower of his own, as we've been saying, and that firepower takes him to within 2 sets to love lead over Roger Federer.
5 games to 4.
Well, you called it, Petch. He may well look to back up on the second serve, give him a different look, but he executed it poorly there.
Yeah, I think he needed to go not just extreme with the movement, but extreme with the elevation as well. I think he needed to get that ball to jump as high as he could. It's almost going back to junior days, but you know, he's got to give him something that's going through the strike zone, because at the moment everything is just sitting right in the pocket for John, who isn't doing anything unnormal by his standards. He's not feeling the need to change anything in his game, whereas Federer is just running his finger down the list of things that he can do, which is obviously vast and superior to John's. Otherwise, the difference between 103 titles over their careers and 0 wouldn't exist. But he's got himself into a bit of a fix.
You just feel at some stage he's going to have to pick a strategy and go with it for a sustained period.
Different way we got to the same place here in terms of the scoreline in this second set compared to the first, where Federer stood up to serve at 4-5. He did not play a particularly good game. Although they had a far better start here.
left for service.
Just wondering when we'll see the first serve and volley point from Federer as well.
Millman trying to be up on the baseline there. Perhaps just a little too keen to make his move.
They are passionate, his fans. They are definitely not to be described as indifferent.
Incredibly awkward return from Federer there, but Millman did a great job, again, keeping two hands on the racket, but able to get that one up and down in a hurry over the high part of the net. I think we've talked a lot about the various tactics that Federer's trying here. We saw him way back in the previous return game. He was up there. Whatever tactic he goes with, he's just got to get himself going, doesn't he? Get himself energized. He's worrying so much about Millman here. I think he's forgotten his own performance.
30-15.
Does Federer just sense a slight weakening in the resolve of his opponent?
Millman is on into the call on the left baseline. The ball was called in.
Well, this is a big Hawkeye challenge. We are a long way away, and I'm loath to go one way or the other here prior to seeing where it actually landed. Millman doesn't look surprised with the outcome.
30-14.
Buying himself time. Three
No
poor
more
points by
challenges
his high
tonight.
standards tonight has created this opportunity for Federer.
Use.
It's again going to the forehand. And a big point to that ad side. Very surprising Federer to miss once he goes to the chip.
Start winning points like that, you kind of feel it's going to be your night. But again, just great character shown there from John Millman. Not many players of his ranking would go out there and trade forehand to forehand with Roger Federer and back themselves to come out on top.
Yeah, certainly not at 5-all juice. Impressive from John Millman.
Absolutely extraordinary point at the end of an epic game. John Millman up a set and 6-5.
Millman leads 6 games to 5.
Well, it might not look as gracious as his legendary opponent tonight, but my goodness, isn't it gutsy and isn't it effective? Doing exactly what's required to capitalize on a below par Federer. Just letting out the tension that you rightly alluded to, Mark. Definitely an opening there for Federer, but missing that chip return at 30-40. I mean, the reason you go to the chip is to ensure you put the ball in play. Missed it by some distance as well. It's a good meter at least beyond the baseline.
Time.
Well, one of those Federer bears signed by the man himself. That is a devoted fan who was looking a little anxious, and he should be. Chances have come. They've gone for Federer to assert his dominance on this match. And once again serving to stay in this second set.
The serve and volley pitch, but there wasn't an awful lot on the serve. 174 kilometers an hour. It's not going to trouble Millman.
It's also curling into him as well. I mean, it was going to stay low. It was going to stay in the pocket. He's not one of those guys you would want to serve and volley against too often because he's up on the baseline. So if you do hit it fast, you are going to struggle to get in as tight to the net. But that's why maybe an off-pace three-quarter kick it out wide occasionally just to change things up. He loves to pull his return cross-court on the backhand, which means it's going to be low for you to have to punch it up, possibly down the line, so you may end up defending.
And he's also almost exclusively hitting the return. I think of some other players, Stan Wawrinka, for example, who's predominantly chipping. You feel the serve volley is going to be there for you whenever you want it. Against Millman, it's a bit of a risk.
cautious touch.
6 games all, tiebreak.
A really positive point
Each player receives
to take
one
into
additional
this
challenge.
crucial second set tiebreak.
It's one of the attractive parts of Roger's game, isn't it? That almost you feel a relic of the 80s and 90s, that type of play, but he's always seemed like a bridge through the decades. See a little bit of Rod Laver in him. What John Millman sees tonight in Federer is a bit of vulnerability. An atmosphere of charged significance right now in the stadium. Crucial tiebreaker. Got to be a little careful, sorry Colin, not saying things like now, because when your player doesn't actually end up taking it, you almost feel like those words have created a bit more pressure that aren't really there.
Yeah, and there's a letdown off the back of it. Like when you hear a player say first serve right now, and when they miss it, oh, where do you go with the second?
You feel contributed to a bit of tension.
Federer.
Subtle pressure being felt by Millman coming out of his own box.
He has been very engaged with them as well, hasn't he? Looking over after almost every point, win or lose.
Federer desperate not to squander the opportunity that's presenting itself here. Federer in full flight. No better sight.
4-1 Federer.
And since coming out from the sit-down at 6-5, he's consciously upped the aggression, playing as many points as possible on the front foot, getting into the forecourt.
Full flight there, Federer.
Federer.
I think that statement started to look justified. Covered some serious ground there, Federer. And there's a fair bit of spring still left in these legs at 38 years of age.
Her passion for his profession has kept him here. The longevity, very much a part of it, the combination.
Left for service. 6-1, Federer.
Well, Federer's best sequence of points in the match coincided with a little bit of pressure from the sidelines there to make it happen at that particular juncture. All made with the right intentions, but you get the sense that Millman just tightened up a little bit. 5 set points.
Federer is heading to the call on the left baseline. The ball was called out.
Well, it's a very late call, wasn't it? Which usually encourages the players to challenge, but it did look like it was beyond the baseline.
I think his box indicated it was out as well.
(6-2) Federer.
Signature shot from Federer as he wraps up the second set in style, 7-6.
1 set all.
Well, what a ridiculous finish to the second set from Roger Federer. Just coming to life when he really needed it most. He looked in trouble for the majority of the set. He was trying everything he knew in his tactical book of plays. Mixed success, a lot of errors still scattered in there. It looked as if John Millman might be able to capitalize and move ahead 2-0. But it was the Aussie who, he first felt it at 5-all in his own serve, a little bit of tension, and then, as Mark rightly pointed out, some nerves grew at the start of the tiebreak, possibly via the communication with his team. There was an urgency and an anxiety to make a move. When it didn't happen, there was a letdown that followed, and Federer pounced. And look back on the highlights. And from these highlights, we'll see a lot of the variety Federer brought on that occasion, bringing Millman in. Here he was coming up to the net. That was a special lob from Millman. Hewitt-esque. And that was to seal the nervy 5-all game, but from there it was Federer who took charge, coming forward a lot more. And you would think the Swiss maestro would continue that into this third set. That's just a moment of brilliance to seal the deal.
It's not just the players that have got the passion etched on their faces. It is both sets of fans out here as well. And make no mistake, there's a lot of love for John Millman out here. He is an authentic competitor and an authentic Australian as well. Comes out here, punches the clock consistently through the 12 months of a tennis season.
Federer to serve.
Set a piece.
(15-love). (15-all).
Well, he put a little extra on his serve in that tiebreaker. Just getting some numbers from Hawkeye. 11 Ks quicker on average on his first in that tiebreaker from Federer. Took away Millman's time, the most precious commodity any player can have.
feel like in the closing stage of the set, just got back much more to what he knows and what he does best, and the reason why he's won so many titles over the year. Extra pop in the serve, extra zip off the ground, taking it early, coming forward. He's probably over-respected Millman, which is the reverse of what you usually get in a match like this. The underdog has a tendency to overplay and lose track of what they do best. Federer seemingly back on it now.
Game, Federer.
Yeah, he actually took a little pace off his forehand a couple of Ks, but where he did make a massive difference was his shots inside the baseline. Set 1, 16%, and again, I attribute a lot of credit to the way that Millman played there. Deep, cross-court balls, doesn't really change anything up. Federer managing to play 48% of the shots inside the baseline in the second. Just shrunk the court a little bit for Millman.
Yeah, that's significant. And there's been a 10% swing in that win predictor as well. Not quite where it was pre-match, but back to being heavy favourite.
I don't do the round of the court. Sorry, Johnny.
Overdid it. He just needs to temper the intensity here. He almost wants it a little too much, John Millman. Understandable.
Yeah, and he does. And I think for the first time in the match, Federer's got him a little scrambled. He was just within himself for the majority of the first two sets.
$15. $30-15. Fault. $40-15.
Just a sign of frustration there from Federer, no wonder. Federer coming at him. He used all his defensive skills to pick him off and strike on the counter.
Beautiful footwork. Great strength in the legs to get down there and just be able to hold the position through that shot from John Millman.
$15 love. 30 love.
So good at seeing spaces on the court to hit the volley into just as a complete winner. Yeah, I know he doesn't play much doubles, but when you watch him play doubles at places like Laver Cup, how good he is on the court just to slot volleys.
Yeah, not able to track that one down.
30-15.
Previous volley, so many players would have been attracted to the open space. Probably would have been picked off by the player hitting their running forehand. Federer's just got a clarity, clear picture of the court, where his opponent is.
Thank you.
Definitely coming in a lot more now at this stage of the match.
Millimetre perfect with a number of those ground shots. John Millman, he was looking for the length, maybe a little better than even he imagined as he was striking them. Certainly kept Federer off the front foot there. Where the serve and volley helps, just takes your opponent's eye occasionally. It doesn't always have to be successful as the one in this game was on the second serve, but you got to do it at times.
Yeah, it's money in the bank, isn't it, for later? And Millman just overplaying, overswinging on the return there.
Game. Federer.
He's not going to ease through too many service games. He knows it's going to be an evening with a lot of hard work, and he's applied himself well there. Federer 2-1. Feels like they're playing this song in a bar somewhere in Melbourne, doesn't it? We're not in the heat of a competitive match with aspirations and legends on the court.
Sitting back, ordering a nice Manhattan.
I was going to say,
something similar.
Espresso martinis all around in the commentary box, please. Get that black tie on. Certainly been plenty to enjoy, though, on the court. It's going to be fascinating just to see which way this is going. He's relished his time out here, hasn't he, John Millman? Big part of his personality, big part of his success is that these moments don't scare him. When he marches out, it looked like he was marching to a 2-sets-to-love lead at one stage, but he's got his hands full right now. The Australian serving at 1-2 in the third.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. La 15. $15-all. 15-30.
Doesn't take much. Just a flick of good fortune going Federer's way here, and the door just opening a little bit for an assault on the Millman serve.
Continues to have an above-average night on serve, John Millman. Quite as healthy as it was for the first set and a half, but serve percentage for the match, 62%. He's won 73% of first serve points, 59 on his second, which is very healthy by his standards in a match of this nature.
He's definitely got something in his game that bothers Federer in terms of reading it. We saw it early in the match on a forehand where Federer was guessing into that side. And again there, Federer just reduced to being a spectator to the winner from Millman's racket.
Use.
It's quite unorthodox technique, isn't it? All areas of Millman's game. Very compact, especially on the backhand. A fair bit of left hand on it, just at the last second, able to flick it either way.
Advantage, Millman. Game, Millman. 2 games old.
Did something that very few players have managed to do against Federer. That win in the US Open as well at a major was to come back having dropped the opening set. Roger, so good when leading across the tour and obviously at the majors as well. At that stage, it was just the 15th time that anyone had managed to do that to Federer at a major. He's won 316 matches when he was up a set. Subsequently to that, of course, Tsitsipas here last year did the same. Brilliant control of a tennis ball. Will it lead him to control the match as well?
So impressed tonight by the way he's actually been able to dictate a good number of points. It's not just all been about chasing the ball and surviving out here on the court.
Well,
he pushed it just wide, but once again, to go back to your point, Mark, Federer had no idea where that pass was going. Rooted to the spot as it flew past him.
Led for service. 40-15.
Just lacking a bit of composure on that shot, Millman, for the first time tonight. Really tried to do something that wasn't on. Trying to guide that one, and he just nudged it wide as Federer edges ahead, 3-2 in the third.
Leads 3-2.
The arm wrestle continues, hour 45. You wouldn't be surprised to see it go on for another hour 45. There has been very little between these two so far. Federer really hasn't found the key to unlock the door yet. The conundrum that has become John Millman for him at Grand Slams.
Clearly
15-love.
He's unsettled by Millman's game. You mentioned at Grand Slam, Millman of course winning their only meeting in a slam prior to this 2018 US Open, but even their other meetings, 2015 in Brisbane, Millman able to win the first set there before going down in 3. And on the grass in Halle last year, took him close, 6-3 for Federer.
It's interesting his second serve to me on the due side, how much he's gone
15-0.
body forehand. He's been very clever at not giving Federer that blocked return. You can see what it means in terms of there on the ad side when Federer does get it. It's not something that John really wants the ball down there. He's going to put a lot of spin on it. It's going to suddenly sit up for Federer. You can see that's the type of ball he wants coming at him, up around the waist. He doesn't have a great slice himself, and he doesn't want to get into those kind of exchanges. And there you can see, as we say, look at Federer using it almost a third of the time, the slice. Millman really just digging them out when he's got no other alternative because he wants to drive through it. And so credit to him for being able to protect his second serve in the way that he has.
40-15.
I feel that's a mistake a lot of players make when they come up against Federer, is over-serving his backhand. There's no doubt once you get into the point, you've got to be very careful when you go to the forehand, pick and choose your moments. But on return, I feel he's more comfortable hitting through the backhand than he is the forehand return, and probably the chip is more reliable on that wing as well.
Yeah, Leighton actually very flat server on the second serve. You know, gets the ball through, and you can understand why he had some considerable success against Federer as well because of that.
And there's that second serve into the forehand body. It's the error once again.
3 games over. Love it, team.
Once again, it's impeccable length from Millman. Federer's just never been comfortable in the toe-to-toe exchanges from the baseline.
Federer himself just condensing the angles there as well with the second serve. He's got hurt a lot in the opening set, in particular with the kicker out wide. John just drilling the cross-court backhand, and he was almost half a step slow catching up to it. Again there, just forcing Millman to have to go a little more central with the return. Not something you necessarily practice all that much, the serve followed by the overhead.
Yeah, it's just so dynamic, Federer. Complete trust in that overhead. One of the best of all time. He was able to pick where this pass was going, recognised that the percentage pass for Millman was down the line, and he was wise to it.
Trying to create a little mini masterpiece, wasn't he? Just failed with the final volley. Again, the tenacity displayed by Millman, you can only admire it. Great spot serving for Federer, and it's Millman who finds himself in a tight spot in the third, trailing 3-4.
Right there. Yeah, it's just right where you're standing for return.
Gets a racket back from the stringer. Fresh bed of strings.
Federer leads 4-3.
Asking the umpire for, what is that, a moth perhaps to be moved? Yeah. Used to be a moth.
Used to be a moth, or yeah, it came from high above. Won't be using that towel again.
Time.
Well, this is where the fans have been wandering in tonight, and they wandered in a number of hours ago now to watch Coco Gauff take on Naomi Osaka. Gauff, well, she'll be the headline maker. There'll be a smorgasbord of headline makers that the editors of the many papers and news channels get to choose from after today's heroics from certain players. Millman trying to make a late charge to put his name amongst it. Too good. Little flick off the net, but that was just brilliant from Millman. Creativity. Up there with Federer this time.
Once again, it's the backhand from Millman in particular that I think Federer really struggles to read. You can see there's a last split-second flick of the wrist to direct that ball. Federer not picking it up.
15-0.
Some serious pace being injected into those shots.
Much more positive on the return there. Getting that one through the court in a hurry, rushing Millman. The one area where Millman perhaps struggles at times when the pressure is absolutely at its maximum on a night like tonight, is that Federer didn't have a lot of fear that he was going to come in. He could caress the ball mid-court and hold his position and just ask the question. That time Millman faltered and Federer has a break point. Not often you see Federer not dictate his own destiny, but he was waiting for the error and it didn't come. Magnificent from Millman. I actually quite like the play from Federer, asking Millman to generate his own pace under pressure. But didn't he produce the goods there?
But he's still standing, as are the majority of the crowd as well. That was absolutely exhilarating from John Millman. Federer obviously played his part. And to come up with a shot of that composure at the end of a rally and a sprint like that from John Millman just speaks volumes about him.
All night, says Leighton Hewitt. And he may well have to go all night if he's to advance to the fourth round here. But even if he doesn't, he can look back on that game with some pride. Really dug his heels in.
Federer not with long to recover his own breath here. He will hope for a couple of quick points here with some accurate serving. Heart rate will be up. And because of that, you kind of feel the location of that indicates he hasn't quite physically recovered from the exertions of the last 2 points.
Out.
Oh, and he's got one.
Millman is
A
on the
real
call on
gift
the
from
left baseline.
Millman after
Ball
what's
was
just
called.
unfolded there. And he'll be thankful that Millman's challenging this, Federer. That was actually a bit of a mistake from the Australian.
Well beyond the baseline and giving Federer some time just to
15 love.
recover and compose himself.
Millman has 2 challenges remaining.
Federer's trying to shorten the points there with a serve and volley.
Fair to love.
Channeling his inner Nick Kyrgios there. Faking for the drop shot. But the slice drawing the error.
Federer is into the call on the left baseline. The ball was called in.
As we wait for this challenge, I think the other thing's been very apparent tonight, possibly what Federer struggles with, is Millman's willingness to go into his forehand. He has caught the edge.
30-15.
Federer loves
Federer
it when
has
players just come
2
out and try and hit
challenges
everything
remaining.
to his backhand because he's comfortable there, use his slice, and he's at his best when he's moving to his left to hit the forehand.
(40-15).
An
Yeah,
absorbing
Federer.
contest. Riveting. Can't take my eyes off it. 5-4 Federer in the third.
Federer leads 5 games to 4.
So much to enjoy here. Let's just take you down a quick trip on memory lane. That amazing rally in John Millman's service game. How crucial this was, Colin, for him to come out on top.
Yeah, he was under extreme pressure, and Federer was just happy to be patient and do a bit of running and defending in the early stages. He then started to really inject some pace into the point. When he got that ball out wide, you felt as if Millman was in trouble. Too central from Federer there, and he was punished. Still a special point for Millman to win.
Time.
That was the aftermath of that terrific point that brought up game point in his previous service game. Nothing that Federer could do in his own mind there. He just kind of just brushed it off. He's happy to allow his opponents to light it up against him. For the most part, he's good enough to weather the storm. He wasn't in New York. Will he be so here in Melbourne? Oh, He has made that, hasn't he?
15-all.
Hard to believe, but he has. Very difficult to maintain your balance on that kind of shot and pinpoint accuracy. Once again, Millman picking away at Federer's forehand. Going against the grain. It's working for him.
Out. 40-15.
77% of his first serves going in this third set for John Millman. Federer digging into his bag of tricks there just to introduce something a little different. Nobody does a stab single-hander down the line better than Roger Federer.
It's just a ridiculous shot, isn't it? Millman actually hit a really good ball here, got it deep in the court. It's just a shot that you can't teach. Raw ability.
Advantage, Federer.
And the introduction of that little nuance from Roger Federer has contributed to a bit of confusion down the other end for John Millman. And the double fault opens up the door for a 2-1 lead for Federer. Well, if he was less than perfect on the previous point, John Millman, he is absolutely, I think, on the money on the set point. Federer shakes his head. He can't believe it.
Well, now he knows what it feels like.
Federer has
How many times has he done that to his opponents?
Best sport in the world. Look what it does to the fans.
Advantage, Federer.
There's an urgency in Mirka's eyes there. She's desperate for her husband to take this opportunity and seal the third set. Isn't it nice to see that the wow factor is still there?
Left for service.
just seen the full kaleidoscope of this man's talent. The full array of shots that he has at his disposal.
6 games to 4.
And ultimately, it was far greater than John Millman's. It's 2 sets to 1 to Roger Federer.
That really is the danger Federer brings to the court. Seemingly routine hold for Millman was on its way, 40-15, all of a sudden 2 magical little short slices, and the jab passing shot pegs him back to deuce, and from there it was fairly turbulent stuff. The nerves settled in for Millman. Some more Federer brilliance was enough to seal the deal. You can see from the numbers that Millman continues to play a very high level. 75% of first serves found their target. Federer, still a smattering of errors in there, 12 from him. But he's looking to up the aggression. 13 times he advanced to the net, winning 9 of them, so a lot of success. And he'll continue to look to shorten the points as we progress into set number 4. Here's a look back at the highlights as we see Federer advancing. That was the end of that sensational point as Millman clung on to his chances in that set. But ultimately, the Swiss maestro, as in set number 2, was able to put his foot on the gas at just the right time. This was one a special shot.
Time.
They know what sort of battle Federer's in right now.
4th set.
Hugely impressive from John Millman in all 3 sets, but he finds himself trailing by 2 sets to 1.
Please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
But it has been rich in the diversity of shot making from Roger Federer that has carried him to this lead.
15 now.
I suppose the one question that's left is there anything that Millman can do to unsettle the rhythm of Federer now?
Left for service.
Well, the temptation would be to perhaps try and change things up. What Federer's done well is he's taken care of his own service games, hasn't he? In sets 2 and 3, even though he's not been at his best, that's allowed him a platform to then strike from. I do feel as if we're seeing it already from Federer. If Millman can just keep digging in, keep his level as high as possible, there's enough there to suggest that Federer may well have another dip and give him a chance to take us to a decider.
He's trying to guard against it. And he had to be vigilant watching that ball through the air as well. That was a tremendous dig from Millman. Fine first serve out wide.
He's not always the most successful with the drive volley, Federer. No mistake on that occasion.
Fourth and
174K paint remover.
Use.
Three unforced errors in this game alone, taking his total to 47 for the match. It's not been the tidiest of performances from Federer by any stretch.
Advantage, Federer.
And Millman would have had to be at the extremes of his reach for both of those 2 serves on the deuce side Amazing location from Federer. That is a terrific running forehand, and he has ambitions already at the start of the fourth here, Millman, to make his presence felt.
And once again, he's happy to go big and fast into the Federer forehand. He's 47 unforced errors, Federer. 32 of them have come off that wing.
Advantage.
He does
Federer.
move away, doesn't he, from that return. He doesn't cut off the angle there and just use the pace and guide it. He does like to back up and swing, and a couple of crucial times tonight he's missed on that forehand return on the second serve.
Game, Federer. New balls, please.
And that is a rarity. Early
First
on in the
game,
set,
fourth
Federer
set.
speaking in German, and also, more importantly, looking over to the box there. Some deep concerns still for him.
Yeah, he's really willing himself through this match. Channeling the energy from his team, as you say. Later in days gone by, I'm so used to see him cruise through the first few rounds of the slams. Just feel as if that fear factor is quite where it used to be.
Different flight, wasn't there? Yeah, you almost feel after a game like that, Federer's going to come out all guns blazing. But he's actually come out there and he has massaged that ball up high. He's given Millman no pace.
There's just an extra patience and calmness now to these tactical varieties that a 2-1 lead affords you. When he's able to execute them without making an error, it can be too much for Millman. Certainly give that one a bit of flight.
15-30.
Nasser will be on the phone. It's like an invisible force field there, stopping Millman coming in. Federer doing his best to try and sort of at least give himself a target for the one shot out of trouble play, but Millman just refusing to give it to him. times for his support crew there at love 30, and he kind of felt as though Federer was making his move early in the fourth, having hung on to his opening service game. But once again, Millman magnificent. And the lateness of the hour certainly not deterring anybody in terms of staying here and witnessing the conclusion of this match, whether it's in 4 or potentially 5 sets.
$15.
It's a peach of a backhand from Federer. Used that shot sparingly, the backhand down the line, but he had the court position there. It's his go-to pass on this backhand wing. Just a short jab, whipping the spin to find the angle.
It's a fairly ugly produced shot, that, isn't it? But it's indispensable, and it does have that element of disguise.
$40-15.
Yeah, it's beauty against the beast in terms of the shot production tonight. But Millman makes it work.
Clinical finish to a comfortable hold. Been precious few of those tonight.
Federer leads 2-1.
Emotional roller coaster for both sets of fans, fully invested in this, and there's no greater adrenaline rush as well. Obviously for the players it's the greatest, but also sitting on the sidelines, being involved in the journey, helping somebody get to this stage, and seeing them, particularly for somebody like John Millman, so tantalizingly close to producing a second major upset against the same opponent. For so long in so many tennis players' eyes has been an idol of theirs. He looks pretty good in 2D. In 4D it looks even better. Drifting outside, a lovely aerial view of downtown Melbourne. Beautiful part of the world and a very pleasant place to stay in January. Melbourne Park, MCG with the lights off currently, where most of the cricket is played, and well, the Ami Stadium now also with its lights off. I believe there was a game of soccer there this evening. But all eyes on the tennis for the month of January. And all eyes on John Millman.
$15.
was all about court position. The stroke play, well, that was pretty nice too, but the court position was exemplary.
Yeah, and Federer takes the ball earlier than anyone else on tour. No time for Millman to make up the ground there.
And that just may be where Millman could do with playing another 5% down the line, just to stop Federer cheating into that corner.
(30-15).
Well, we saw a Hewitt-esque lob from Millman earlier on in the match, and there's another one. I like the way Federer just didn't overplay that half volley in a tricky situation, forced Millman to come up with a special shot, and didn't he half? Inch perfect. Broken from 40-15 up in a decisive game in the third set. Doesn't want to be pegged back to juice here, Millman.
Well, I'm sure out of the corner of his eye, he caught the fact that Federer was loitering around in that backhand corner, and suddenly there was no real space to go into. Try to cut it a little finer over the top of the net, contributed to the mistake.
Advantage, Millman.
The idea has been a very profitable one for him. At that time, just underhit it.
Once again, the backhand down the line, it's been used sparingly, so if he can execute it, there's space there.
Federer is heading to the call on the left near sideline. The ball was called out.
Looked as if he just dragged this one wide.
Yeah.
There's definitely a familiarity between these two. We talked early on about how Federer had invited Millman for some training. There's a friendship there. It's just interesting to see these little exchanges that talk to each other like they're on the practice court almost.
Federer has 2 challenges remaining.
You've got to think that's helped Millman feel comfortable out here.
Magnificent.
Well, not for the first time tonight, John Millman has the crowd on their feet, and he's channeling that energy. What a special pass to hold serve. And the reaction to match.
Federer quick to throw down a dampener on those celebrations. Trying to keep the crowd out of it. Oozed effort, and in the end class as
well. 30-15.
Took a leaf out of Andre Agassi's book there, didn't he? Standing in the center of the court and just ripping ground shots all over. Great American would have been happy with that one.
Off the toe that wouldn't have been out of place at the MCG either. That was wonderful, elegant, luxurious from Federer. 3-2, 4th set.
Mention of Andre Agassi as we get another look at that picture perfect one-handed backhand from Federer. There's been a few of them, a few games down the line. Federer has a 38-3 win-loss record against players playing at their home Grand Slam. Those 3 losses. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, 2003 French. Tim Henman got him 2001 Wimbledon, and Agassi also in 2001 at the US. We talked earlier on about Federer bridging generations. Some of the amazing matches he had with Andre Agassi, who seems like retired so long ago, and here he is, Federer, still battling at the highest level on the biggest stage.
That's how many feel about him, and they make signs to show their appreciation for the entertainment that he has given us over the last couple of decades. Still here, still very much part of the narrative as we come into majors about who potentially is going to win it on the men's side. was a lovely saying by Picasso where he said, bad artists copy, good artists steal. And it talks about how in the past those artists looked at everybody else and just took and cherry-picked parts of their work and made it their own and absorbed it. And Federer, when you watch him play on a court like this, you look at the defense, you look at the attack, you look at the volleys. It kind of feels like that's what he's done. He has taken bits of Rod Laver, he's taken bits of Stefan Edberg, he's taken the fight of Jimmy Connors, and he's put it into his own unique package. And that package has been greatness over the last 2 decades. And that is what John Millman has been fighting against all night. The pressure continues to be applied on the Australian serve in this 4-set.
Once again, though, as he's done so often tonight, he's produced a big serve to fight off some pressure.
His resistance, his application, his tenacity has stimulated Federer's creativity tonight as well. The range and shot making that we've seen from Federer tonight has been as vast as I've seen for a long time. May end up being a Pyrrhic victory for this man. Australian himself has designs on bigger things.
Yeah, he's still believing, isn't he? I've seen him saying to his box all day, it's going to turn into all night soon. But he's still going and he's still fighting.
There's been no dip in his ambition. It has not diminished one iota out here.
And the door now just slightly ajar. No bad mistakes, he says to his team. Certainly didn't make make a mistake with that return. One of the few times he's cut that corner and actually produced a positive reply to the serve out wide.
Millman putting the extra at the front of ordinary. Phenomenal again. 4-3, 4 set with a break to the Australian.
Millman leads 4 games to 3.
Well, I have to say, allowing myself to get slightly comfortable. It felt as if Fed was moving towards the finish line in this 4th set. He was applying consistent pressure to the return games. But if there's one man that wasn't going to allow that to happen, it was John Millman. And having fended off some pressure, what a point he played there to break through off the back of a great forehand return. This guy is some competitor. Write him off at your peril.
Time.
Just running through a couple of the numbers there. They are pretty decent for both, particularly for John Millman, and taking care of Federer's second serve. Federer winning just 51% of his second serve points, which is well below average for him. This, though, is a game that's always tough to win after you've just broken. Federer certainly will be looking to try and get into these opening couple of points here. Millman's adrenaline must be pumping after those last 2 shots.
That's a bad mistake for Millman. It's interesting for me again. Clear strategy from the Aussie on that break point, hammering away at the Federer forehand.
Still finding new tricks to bring into the equation tonight. Roger Federer dancing around a second serve pretty much for the first time. Slower second serve as well from the Australian, got punished.
Well, Millman's heart would have been in his mouth as he saw that return flying through the air. Just a little bit too much airtime on it.
30 all.
Well, where we are getting to right now is the physical battle between these two. Millman coming in here, obviously off the back of the ATP Cup and Auckland as well. He's got some match miles in those legs. Federer came in fresh. That may be of benefit to him.
Many fitter or more physical players on tour than John Millman, if any, in fact. 2 hours 46 on the match clock there on a relatively cool Melbourne night. I expect him to be able to go for a while longer yet.
Times in this fourth set, Federer has had a love 30 advantage on the Australian serve,
Millman leads
and he hasn't capitalised. And the pendulum of momentum certainly has swung Millman's way.
Love 15.
Well, talk about first strike tennis. That was over in a flash of lightning.
Length for service.
Once again, it's a combination of shots that's served him very, very well over the years.
And a return that defied the laws of physics, I think, from John Millman there. Federer did incredibly well to catch up with it. This is an inspired segment of the match here from Millman.
Use. Advantage.
He's dropped the clutch in this game on the forehand.
Yeah, he really has. as early as possible, injecting pace. Just wonder if he is going to have to start conserving energy as this goes on.
Game Federer.
What he has done with that ace is give
Millman
himself
leads
one
5
last
games
chance to
to
keep
4.
this 4-set alive. 4-5 he trails.
Well, just a little under 3 hours here. You're right to mention that Federer, playing his first tournament of the year, he did have a pretty necessarily physical off-season, but certainly busy. Tour of South America for a number of exhibitions, along with Alexander Zverev, who's part of teammate. Federer's management company. Some special occasions, playing in front of some huge crowds, but it's got to be a bit draining as well. 38 years of age, giving away 8 years to his opponent tonight. One of the fittest opponents on tour. Federer would dearly love to get back into this 4-set, find a way to get the job done here and now.
Time.
Excuse me. Excuse me. It's a bit of bird poo where I'm sitting. I mean, it's
John Millman just asking for a little bit more housekeeping to go on court, this time on his bench. Can he send this contest into a 5th set?
Well, he's halfway there. He made to work overly hard for the first 2 points.
Against Federer into a 5th set when you're serving for it, that's the way to do it. Untroubled.
2 sets at home. New balls,
2 sets
please.
apiece.
I'm going to change my shoes, they're just leaking. I've got to change my shoes. I've got to be as quick as I can.
Well, Millman just with some running repairs here. He's going to change his shoes. Very, very happy with his work in that 4th set. Felt as if Federer was edging on top and going to be able to get the job done in 4 sets. Some strong resistance from Millman to hold on to his serve, and then producing a couple of moments of brilliance to break. Federer unable to do anything about the Aussie taking us to a decider. It's going to be a real test of the great man's physical condition, his endurance at this stage of his career. He's played an awful lot of 5-set matches over the years. Now at 38, we'll be interested to see what he's got left as we approach our 4th hour.
Yep. That is now also part of the equation, isn't it? Just in terms of what he's got left here. We know that he does the work, but obviously this is now the reality of the situation as we take a look through some of the statistics which don't really tell you about the actual visual entertainment and drama this has given us. Just the one chance John Millman had in that 4-set, and he took it. It was a set of tennis that at times Federer looked as though he was perhaps going to grasp the metal and run away with. The first serve percentage dropped dramatically for John Millman, so to not get broken and not have a break point against him speaks volumes about how he has gone about his business on the second serve as we head down the final stretch here. Federer with a 30-23 win-loss record over 5 sets, which for many would not look that good, but you look at some of the people that he's 16 of those losses have been to players in the top 10, and a large majority of them to players in the top 5 as well. Yes, the last one to Dimitrov, who was ranked 78 in the world, didn't look that good, but we know that Dimitrov's ranking there was certainly disguised. Former top 5 player.
Final set. Federer to serve.
In general, when he's played players ranked around John Millman's ranking, he does still come out on top. But it was the physical battle that the Australian won in New York in the heat and humidity.
Yeah, and if you'd, for John Millman, this pre-match, you would have bitten your hand off for it. Chance to bring his physical conditioning into the match. By contrast, the Aussie only played 7 5-set matches, won 2 of them, lost 5. The fact that he has lost 5 out of the 7 more down to the quality of opponent than anything to do with a weakness in his armory. He has got short jab technique, doesn't he, that allows him to play this kind of shot where the acceleration is from so close to the ball. Just whips up the back of it.
It's been fascinating to watch each other try and plug away and break down each other's forehand throughout this contest, which is now just a minute shy of 3 hours. Federer himself directing a fair bit of traffic into that forehand of John Millman, just in the same way that Millman has done exactly the same to Federer. It always feels like a battleground of hope, the tennis court, when you come out against the top players. More than expectation, you come out here with hope that something can happen. John Millman still very much involved in who goes through to the last 16.
$15-11.
And what was interesting about that 4-set, that we saw the stats, it was arguably his weakest set. Certainly on serve, the first serve really dropped off, but crucially just produced the goods in the big moment when it came at 4-all. A couple of inspired points. And able to clinch it in the way that Federer did the second and third.
Not an easy shot. But he is just implanting something else into the mind of Millman that he's going to have to defend against on those second serves on the ad side.
30-15. Game Millman. 1 game.
Found his rhythm on the first serve again there. Able to tick through a service hold.
Federer not keen to prolong that particular game, was he? That was a very high-risk backhand. He would have been happy if it came off, but some divided loyalties tonight out there. Routine brilliance. Again, that central position that he holds, he doesn't feel like he has to guess one way or the other. We talked about it in the match at the US Open. 50% backhands, 50% forehands. He's just as strong off that wing, if not stronger.
Federer approaches the net. Doesn't get the required width and accuracy on the approach. Millman has picked him off more often than not. Very comfortable hitting the cross-court pass off both wings. Well, that was a serve volley behind the second serve there. They're trying to inject some urgency. Mirka can hardly watch.
So impressive. Looked like he started the rally a little bit conservatively and he built the rhythm through it.
40.
And he punched a fairly substantial hole in the Federer defense with this shot.
So disappointed to miss that backhand, having got into the point. We're able to laugh it off. Still one more opportunity.
So quickly to try and keep it on the forehand, couldn't really get himself out of the way effectively enough, and that is Millman up a break in the fifth. 2-1.
Millman leads 2-1.
There's a real story unfolding here. Inspired John Millman, who, to be honest, looks as fresh now as he did when we started this match, and he's certainly believing that he can get the job done, if as much, if not more. It's been interesting the way he's picked away at Federer's forehand, and also the way he's just continued to kind of red line the ground shots to big targets, recognizing that Federer doesn't like the pace he's able to generate. It's a necessarily have to take on the sidelines with it. It's been enough to draw errors from the Swiss. Got another one there on the break point.
Time.
He said before he got on court tonight that he wouldn't mind if lightning struck twice, John Millman, if he could get a second win over Roger Federer at a Grand Slam. He's in the driving seat now.
Well, it wasn't going in, even if it missed the umpire's chair, but he's got a read on Federer's game, hasn't he? So a dangerous moment with Nadal yesterday, didn't we, where a late forehand caught one of the ball kids. Thankfully, no one hurt on that occasion. Good change up second serve there from Millman, getting the ball up a little higher to Federer. Has he got enough good attacking tennis? Has he got enough point of reference that he can turn this around? He's obviously just keeps urging himself off, but you don't often see him shaking his head quite as much as he has done recently. Yeah, and I think that's the key to it. Severin Luthi doing his part to try and keep Federer's energy up. He's got to stay positive, Federer. Believer in the psychobiological model of endurance, and if you allow your thoughts to get negative, it's amazing how quickly you start to feel tired and drained, and he was able to really inject a bit of positivity into that forehand, and a few more of those can really help to energize him. Again. So precise. And you have to say it is clutch serving from Millman. It's not his normal performance, but time and time again on big points, he is producing big serves.
Advantage, Federer.
Hasn't had any break points since the end of the third set, Federer. They've been a while in coming. How brave is that? Federer had shown his hand. He jumped round a couple of second serves recently, and Millman caught him with a quicker one down the tee. Opening 11 miles an hour quicker than his average tonight, that second serve. Impressive from the Australian.
Safe pair of hands in the end. Once again, it's his willingness to go big into the Federer forehand that draws the error.
What a return of serve that was, and it may just be enough to salvage the situation for Federer. These are desperate times. Well, he sweeps that forehand across the face of Millman. There's been precious few of those, to be honest. It's their chance to break. What a remarkable turnaround.
And all credit to Federer. A couple of very positive forehand returns with a key to the break of serve there. Amazing response to Federer getting the break back, despite the fact that he's facing an Aussie. Feels as if the crowd are growing more and more in favour of the Swiss man.
Please.
John Millman wanting a towel quickly. And on the stroke of midnight, you just start wondering, don't you, whether it's going to be his second Cinderella story of his career, or is it going to be a fairy tale for Federer fans as he somehow gets out of this situation. One thing's for sure, Millman is not going to make it easy for him.
Well, fasten your seatbelts. This is going to be a turbulent ride from here.
If you were John Millman, you'd probably sit on the forehand as he's done in the past, but Federer, perhaps wary of it, cannot find the serve. It actually may have been a good thing. Millman was waiting for it. For the first time, Colin in the match.
Advantage Federer.
Millman really with thoughts of winning. And perhaps those are still percolating around in his mind as he's missed that forehand. Throws a totally different complexion on the match. Silky skills after one of his finest forehands of the contest puts Federer back in front, 3-2 in the fifth.
Federer leads 3-2.
He found his forehand from somewhere, didn't he?
Yeah, the forehand return especially. Millman, having got the break, he was looking by far the fresher of the two players. The great man responds once again, able to energize himself and himself back into this fifth set. I think it's a really important point that you make about Millman getting close to the finish line. He's in a winning position at break up in the start of the fifth. Any thoughts of the outcome are not helpful for players. He's got to get his mind back on the job as he comes out to serve at 2-3.
Time.
You gotta love her undiluted passion for watching Roger play. Yesterday became today, and Federer is still here, still searching for the win. John Millman, well, he has impressed once again.
Left.
You just feel Millman, all the resilience he's shown, he's just going to continue to keep plugging away here, isn't he? We talked about it right at the start of the match. I felt Federer would have to play a quality match to put Millman away, and it's as true now as it was then.
Yeah, his linear strikes have worked at times, but, you know, again there, Millman, he doesn't mind hustling back to the middle of the court. He was looking for the down-the-line shot. And you get the sense that when he gets pulled out that wide, Federer better off going back behind Millman and using the angles that have created rather than trying to fire one fast through the line. he's done well to duck his head there. That was a slightly awkward moment, and he had to have his wits about him, John Millman.
Almost, as you say, decapitated by the umpire's chair. He was at full tilt here for this one, and the camera will show he took evasive action and suddenly appeared at the other side. Good awareness from Millman.
Millman.
That's what Ivan Lubicic thought of that game.
Millman sticking to his guns. 150 points won each. Millman once again able to recover position, and he wasn't that far away from the baseline when Federer tried that slice backhand.
Just cutting it a little too fine. Doesn't need to be that close to the net. He's just really looking to make it awkward for Millman, not necessarily hit a winner with that shot. And these errors are just born out of tiredness for me.
30.
Millman has constantly asked the question of Federer to dig deep and find another level. He has been able to do it. The second set in particular. He needs to do it once again.
15-30.
Incredible.
Iron Man John Millman refusing to miss in the big moment.
15-14.
Well, they'll be chanting there's only one John Millman in a moment, but it must feel like there's about 5 out there to Federer at the moment. How did he get that back? It's like he has a second sense where Federer's going to hit the ball tonight.
He knew it was going there, didn't he? He was waiting for it. Just wasn't able to execute on the return.
There. He's everywhere.
Use.
So close to digging out that pass, John Millman. Federer finding 2 first serves. Fight off pressure. His fans can barely watch.
Advantage Federer.
Great escape accomplished. Federer 4-3, fifth set.
Federer leads 4-3.
Well, he went with the back behind. You could see Millman sprinting to cover the open space. Probably underused that tactic, as you alluded to, Mark. This is just pure drama now. There is no script out here at Rod Laver Arena. Anything is possible.
Absolutely. It is that feeling, isn't it, for Federer fans, for his wife, and it is also the same for John Millman's family as well, and his support crew. These are the moments that define your career in so many ways. If you're John Millman, for Roger Federer, he's still trying to create historical, numerical history. There are some who would like to do away with fifth sets. There are some that would like to shorten this wonderful sport. I believe they're wrong. And I think if you ask every single one of these fans in this stadium right now, they would agree with that sentiment. This has been epic.
Wow, so often the case that when you have chances and don't take them, the very next service game you can be vulnerable.
Biggest problem for Millman is when he feels like he has to attack, and there's a sense here, and he was forced into it by Federer's short shot there, that he had to. He loves defending, he loves reacting to what opponents are doing. He does not really want to be the one at this stage, this juncture of the match, that is being proactive.
A smart passing shot by Federer, just going right at Millman. Creeped over. I think half of this stadium did as well. It was in the air for a split second. This really is hanging in the balance.
John Millman, what a test. He was forced in, he hit the reverse gear. He was eventually at the net. He didn't really want to be there, but Federer couldn't find the telling shot.
Federer just nods his head. How he would have loved the passing shot he played the previous time he brought Millman in. Just made him play a waist-high volley. See what he was made of.
The shortness of the serve catching Federer out. He was fishing for it a long way in front of him. And another love 30 situation not capitalised on by Federer.
I just wonder,
4 games old.
as this 5th set progresses longer and longer, is Federer carrying any mental scars and damage from previous 5-setters? He hasn't actually won one since the final here in 2018. He's had 3 defeats since, 13-11 in the 5th against Kevin Anderson at Wimbledon that year. Djokovic, of course,
Millman is heading to the
epic
hole on the right side.
Wimbledon final
The
last
ball
year.
was called in.
As you mentioned earlier on, Grigor Dimitrov getting him at the US Open.
Love.
He knows he won't have to go
Millman
past
has
6-all here, of
2
course. Tiebreak to 10 if we reach that stage.
Federer is heading to the hole on the right near sideline. The ball was called out.
Second serve did look as if it had flighted just wide.
Federer has 2 challenges remaining. It's
the 57th time Federer has come to the net in this match. For the 42nd time he's won the point. Reads the game so well in the forecourt.
No one is immune to pressure. Nor is John Millman.
14-13.
Just allowed the racket to move up instead of through there.
He suddenly has a lot to lose, John Millman. He had a lot to gain stepping on this court tonight. He feels the full force of Federer's serve, and it is 5-4, Roger Federer, 5th set.
Federer leads 5 games to 4.
We saw a little bit of everything there, didn't we? I mean, we saw the touch, the little volley that saved him at 15-all. We saw the composure after the double fault as well. There are so many intangibles that go into being great, and he possesses all of them. John Millman, as he's shown again for a second time against Federer, possesses a lot of them. And on any given day, he's going to give somebody a run for their money, and running is something that he does incredibly well. One of the fittest players on tour.
Time.
Just see him giving Federer a look there. He's not afraid of him, that's quite apparent.
The view from on top, a place that Federer has spent a lot of his time in his career as world #1. Not there at the moment, of course, but he has dealt with the pressure of players lower rank coming out and playing above their ranking, above their usual standard, and he's fended them off in general. Couldn't do it against Millman in New York, struggling to do it here in Melbourne.
plenty of practice of that shot throughout this match. And just crucially a little bit higher, able to generate some pace. Just covered that forehand a little too much. Get the acceleration that we've seen throughout the match.
Terrific, consistent, repetitive aggression from Millman off the forehand. Federer's return, though, perhaps just a little conservative. That's where Millman has been directing most of the second serves. He must have known it was coming. Terrific temperament shown by the Australian.
He's thinking just the same there. He really has been unflappable throughout this match. Even when Federer seemingly grabbed control at 2-1, there was no panic. He just stuck to the task. And you would never really have known there that he was serving a stay in what's been such an epic match.
Trying to make this as uncomplicated as he can. Millman, on the other hand,
14-15.
he's giving nothing away.
And even at this stage of the match, Federer hitting shots that we've not yet seen from him. Millman wise to the backhand drive volley there.
Magnificent serving from Federer. 6-5, fifth set.
Federer leads 6-5.
Just having a look. Both players deciding set tiebreak records. Best of 5 sets, of course. Very different to a best of 3. A lot more being invested in the match physically, but Federer for his career 35-27. Deciding set tie breaks. Millman 4, lost 5. So significantly more experience for Federer in that scenario. It's something very new here still in the Australian Open. Brought in last year for the first time, the tie break to 10 at 6-all. But Millman still some work to do to get there.
Time.
Crowd telling you everything you need to know. Millman trying to take this into a final set tiebreak.
Definitely pulled up and out of that forehand, Millman. Got to stick to his guns and the conviction of striking that's brought him to this juncture.
Continues to be super aggressive in terms of his court position there. And that is a free point for John Millman at a very critical stage. And they'll accept that error gratefully as well. There's been so many wonderful winners for us to admire and talk about, but it is at these critical junctures that it can be the unforced errors that are more significant.
Took an extra few seconds before playing that point. It served him well. Stayed calm. Again, attacking the Federer forehand and getting the reward.
There is nothing easy at this stage. Nothing.
Advantage, Millman. Federer is on to the ball on the left far sideline. The ball was called in.
He is loving this, isn't he, John Millman? There is no place he would rather be.
Game, Millman. 6-game. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-point tiebreak will now be played. Each player receives one additional challenge.
What an adventure this has been.
Federer has 2 challenges remaining. Millman.
Just confirming that it is indeed forced error from Federer. First blood to Millman.
Again, just absolutely mesmerizing from John Millman.
2-0 Millman.
He did so well to dig that return
Millman.
off his toes, Millman. Disappointing start to the tie-break for Federer. He's got to get himself going right now.
And this is where he'll be thankful this is a 10-point tiebreaker.
3-2. Millman.
Big couple of points there for Federer just to snap the momentum that Millman had built. That's the question, can you hold serve twice here?
Millman looked up as though he thought the previous one had gone long. Did it distract Federer? Certainly seemed to. He missed it by a large margin. And the first change of ends sees Millman up the mini break, 4-2.
Definitely with you, Petch. I think Millman glancing up to the umpire caught Federer's eye. Nothing untoward from Millman. He just genuinely thought Federer's previous shot might have been long. He still holds the advantage in his fifth set tiebreak.
First service.
Can't ask for more than that. He had a second bite at it and he changed direction and he's hit another line. Federer on the brink here. And he responds in kind with a fine first serve of his own. You couldn't ask for a more pulsating rally. Both players were pulverizing the ball and using every inch of this court.
It's again Roger Federer raising his level when up against it.
Exceptional.
Now you've got to be kidding me, John Millman, the level he is producing in this tiebreak. 6 consecutive shots of world-class quality. This is inspired tennis from the Aussie.
And it continues.
7-4.
He is an irresistible force out here now.
In many many ways. Federer gave him the ball that he wanted. He went into the open space with a volley. Millman had already taken off at full speed back behind, and he was toast there, Millman. But all credit to him. Stayed calm, and he's found another stunning pass.
And again, he's unplayable. It's unbelievable.
And you just look at him, his heart rate's seemingly about 80 right now. There's no sign of tension or pressure. The biggest moment of his career, and he is producing the best tennis of his career.
Millman.
Federer shows again that resolute belief and a refusal to believe that he is defeated. He gets this point, things get very interesting. Federer using his racket, but also his reputation.
8-6, Millman.
He didn't beat himself this time.
Challenge. He's not going to have any success. This again just didn't quite hit through the forehand in the manner that he has been doing. Forced the ball to fly long.
Millman. Millman has 2 challenges remaining. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, if you love something as much as these two players do, it's probably going to break your heart a few times. It's broken Federer's as recently as Wimbledon. Is it going to break John Millman's tonight at home? He looked destined to win. Match point, Federer. Remarkable endings to a match you'll ever see. The cheers ring out for another Federer victory, his 100th here in the most dramatic fashion at the Australian Open. But while we celebrate his success, let's salute John Millman.
What an incredible match we have witnessed tonight here in Rod Laver Arena. It had everything. And you're absolutely right to recognize the greatness of Roger Federer, but also the unbelievable performance that John Millman has put in tonight. And he rightly gets a huge ovation as he leaves the court. He will be absolutely devastated when the magnitude of what has just happened hits him. Looks to be setting in now. He was 8-4 up in the deciding set tiebreak. He was playing untouchable tennis. Just a couple of errors allowed Federer back in. But the great man produced the goods when it mattered most in a match that had everything.
Well, the pain of defeat doesn't discriminate, does it? Whether you're a superstar like this man who is the victor now, or the lower ranked player like John Millman, it hurts. He was so brave tonight. Look at the celebrations. Look what it still means to the Federer camp after all the success. Unconditional love, undiluted passion. What a superstar he is. He's with Jim Courier.
Well, Roger, that was simply extraordinary. We'll take our time, if you don't mind, to kind of unpack what we just saw, but we have to start with that tiebreak. We believe that's the first time we've seen a match tiebreak here on Rod Laver Arena. It was certainly memorable. How did you recover from that 8-4 deficit?
Yeah, it was, oh God, it was tough. Thank God it's a super tiebreaker. Otherwise, I would have lost this one. Where to start? I think John played a great match. He might as well have been here as well, making the match. During the interview, can't even speak anymore. He's a great fighter, good guy, and like you said, it came down to the wire at the end. A bit of luck, maybe, you know, go one way. Oh, I had to stay so focused, take the right decision, and he was doing all that stuff in the beginning of the breaker. He kept on coming up with the goods, and I thought, okay, I guess I tried. I didn't play too bad after all, and I was getting ready to explain myself in the press conference. So the demons are always there. They're lurking. But anyway, it was what a match, and John deserves over half of this one.
He sure does. And he's given you trouble in the majors before. He beat you a couple of years ago at the US Open. And tonight he got off to a quick start. What kind of tactical changes were required for you to get back into this match?
Well, I had to figure out a way how to get him in trouble on his serve. He's not known to be the best server, you know. He's got a good serve, but it's not like the tall guys, you know, coming in super fast and everything, but he was doing such a nice job of not making a lot of mistakes. I was struggling in the forehand cross courts, backhand cross courts. He was sort of dominating both sides, so I think for me it was just a matter of holding my own serve, figure out a way and give myself time and chances. So it was big to win that second set, I thought, and then also stretch the lead in that third set. But I never really felt comfortable. I thought John did a great job of keeping me on my back foot, that I couldn't always step in until the last shot. I went for it. He picked the wrong side. But no, it was tough. I don't know what to say. It was really Johnny who made it so difficult for me tonight.
Well, normally when you play in this building, the crowd is almost all for you. Tonight it felt a little bit split. What was that experience for you like? Obviously, John, local here, he's someone that we all root for within the sport because he's a great story. 30 years old, fought hard from injuries and surgery, came back. But tonight, you know, ultimately it felt like it was a pretty split crowd here in the room. How was that for you?
I won't take it personal, don't worry about it. It's nice. He deserves all the support. Honestly, he's such a great fighter, great story for the game. And you've given me more than you had to. And it's not always the same people in the crowd either. So I appreciate the ones who are here for the very first time. I appreciate the ones that are here more than us. And if they cheer on my opponent, it's all good. It's not personal, I know that.
Well, you've created a lot of memories and a lot of history in tennis. You've done it again here tonight. You've won over 100 matches at Wimbledon, and with this match now, you've won 100 here. So you're in the Century Club twice. No one's done that. Congratulations. That also means you're old, but you're still great. I think that Tennis Australia has put together a video of compilation just showing, we'll see if they still have it. It's going to run quick, but it's going to show your 100 wins here if they have it. So if we can cue that, great. And if not, I'll just, yep, there we go. It used to be a green court, remember that?
Roger Federer joins the greats. Federer is the champion. It's the perfect 10 for Roger. Roger Federer, the best player in the world. Sweet 16 for Roger. He wins, even when you thought he might not. And in the manner of the great champions, he gets it done.
He's here in Australia, not just to compete, but to win the tournament.
Victory for Federer! A sensational 6 for Federer.
Flawless Federer performance.
Roger, best of luck as you go for number 101. Go get some rest. Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw an epic won by that man right there.
He appears to be the gift that keeps on giving to men's tennis, and it doesn't seem like it's letting up anytime soon. Thoughts go to John Millman as well. He deserves all the praise that Roger was giving him there. He was like a postage stamp out there, wasn't he, John Millman? He stuck to one thing, and he almost got there, Colin.
Well, he did. Very, very close to getting the win. And you couldn't have said he didn't deserve it. And he got there. He was 8-4 up in the deciding set, super tie-break. Looked almost untouchable. Somehow Federer was able to cling on to his coattails. And we can have a look back on some of the numbers from, well, just an epic contest. Of course, when you play for that amount of time, just 3 minutes over 4 hours, the numbers tend to get up there. Unforced errors for Federer, 82. That just shows how uncomfortable he was against Millman, who continued to attack his forehand in particular. That kept him off balance. He was unsure where the attacks were coming. Federer had most of the play on his racket, 62 winners to 40 of the Aussie. 16 aces, and that's 11 aces from Millman represents how well he's served, and particularly under pressure at times, and just the 3 points in total between the two men. An amazing contest, but it's Federer who moves on to round 4.
Yes, indeed. As Roger Crawford once said, being challenged in life is inevitable, being defeated is optional. Federer deciding tonight wasn't his night to be defeated. What a way to end what was yesterday and then today on an amazing day of drama. Some things remain the same.